Hi Twitch, hi YouTube, hi Internet. Welcome, welcome. It is time for more coding. Oop, no, that's my streamer bot. Damn it. There we go. That's the thing. Yeah, and listening to some tunes as usual. Listening to some what's it called? Monster Train soundtrack. Sounds like I have some static on the music. I hope that's just for me. Hi Nani Bell, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the lurk. Nice to see you. Thank you. That's super kind of you. I hope you're having a wonderful time in the lurk, and yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a good time. I think I might have a good idea what I need to do to fix my code from last time, so that's nice. I'm quite happy. Hi Shrugs, nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are things? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so first I'm gonna run some ads and then I'm gonna talk about my code from last time, because I got a little list of nudges from Nineberry, which definitely brought me on the right track. At least gave me a good idea of what might be wrong. I did not test it yet with the advent of code input thingy, so we'll see together if the new results that we're getting are worth something or not. But yeah, first 90 seconds of ads, and then we're gonna check all that out. I'm hyped. And then we're gonna check out day 22 part 2, and then maybe day 23. I think I remember you saying that you didn't even start doing day 23. Is that correct, Shrugs, or am I misremembering? I am intrigued. I mean, we can just move on straight to day 24 then, if it's too bad. But I hope that won't be necessary. Ah, day 23 was fairly normal for day 23. Okay, I see. So wasn't there one fairly high day number that you said was something that you didn't even start? I wonder. Oh, it was day 25. I see, the last one. Okay, fair enough. We'll see how that goes then. Yeah, the ads are almost done. I'm gonna take a sip of this wonderful sugary beverage.
Ahoy!
Ahoy! Hi Nineberry. Welcome, welcome.
Ahoy!
Ahoy! Perfect timing. The ad break is just done, at least on my end. Maybe it was super suboptimal timing and you have to sit through the whole 90 seconds now because you came in right when the ads were about to be done. I hope that's not the case. Although, you subbed last time, right? So no ads for you. Thank you again for the little nudge. I think that might have put me on the right track. I have not officially changed it in my code yet, but we'll see. So the nudge that Nineberry gave me was that something might be wrong with the part where I'm first getting the sibling blocks, as I call them. Sorry, I'm always out of sync. I am in sync on my end, but me. Hi Sigma, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. The raid message fits this time. I was playing Celeste 64 earlier. Ah, I see. That's what you mean. Ooh, how did you like it? How many berries have you got? I made it to... do you know how many berries there are? Otherwise I'm not gonna say anything. Okay, you do know. You got all 30? GG. I only got 27. I kinda have a good idea of where one more is, but couldn't get it. That's the one connected to that trapdoor. I have the assumption that you need to get there with a double dash, but I just couldn't get there with a double dash. And yeah, two more. I don't even know where they are. But yeah, I only played it once and then I was okay with it for now. I might revisit though. This coding has gone pretty well overall. We're on day 22, as you can see. And... sorry. Can't listen, but lurking from the gym. Alright, have good gym times. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, day 22, and we have only skipped 3 days so far. Let me pull it up. Here we are, Advent of Code. So we have skipped day 12 and day 18 part 2, and just very recently day 21 part 2. Last time we had some almost functioning code for day 22. It worked for the test data, but there were apparently some mistakes because we didn't get quite the right result for the actual data. And yeah, I was just about to go over this because I got a nice little nudge from Nineberry about where something might be a little off in my code. Have you looked at day 22 at all, Sigma? Also, what were you doing after doing Celeste 64? I'm curious. It's intensive cat meowing time, apparently. As soon as I start streaming. Day 20 part 2. The pulse propagation. Oh, yes. That's... I think... Ah, here. Okay, yeah, that part. Yeah, I think I remember. Wasn't that the one that Shrux also didn't solve? So I'm not gonna say anything about it for, like, to not give spoilers to either of you. But yeah, this one definitely was tricky. Thankfully, I had a pretty good idea of what I might want to look out for on that part too. So yeah, I did get it after all. Had the right idea, and I didn't solve it like super elegantly. I mean, maybe I did, but yeah, in the end, I just kind of grabbed what I needed in not the most elegant way and went with that and just got the right result. Yeah, interesting that you were not stuck on day 21, because day 21 seems so rough to me. Day 12, day 18 I still had ideas for, but I just didn't want to go through with it at that point because I'd already spent so much time on it, so I'm gonna revisit it later. And day 22, yes, I said just some small things got wrong. Let me see. So here is the sibling bricks. Here is where we define them. And the thing is that we're going through all of our fallen bricks that we have like determined earlier. And we want to compare the fallen bricks to our current brick, but the thing is that our current brick might be a vertical brick, and we're having these two z values, the left z value and the right z value. And it makes sense that we don't want to look at the left z value because that's the bottom z value. For vertical blocks, horizontal block, it's the same, but for vertical blocks, it's this is the bottom part, and the 1z would be the top part where everything rests on. It doesn't rest on the bottom block, it rests on the top block. So the sibling blocks would of course also be the ones that share the 1z value with the current brick and not the 0z value with the current brick. So I think this will probably make it better. The second part is fine because this is just checking if it's completely the same block. We don't want that. So this should be correct for finding the sibling bricks. And then we also don't want to, when we look at the compare bricks, we also don't want to look at the 0z value. We want to look at the bricks that have a 1. No, no, this is fine, the 0z value here, because this is the bottom part. So we want to look at the other bricks that have a bottom z value that is 1 higher than the top z value of the current brick, because then it would potentially rest on it. So that should be a 1 again. And the cat is still meowing. And then we're fine. I just fed them like 30 minutes ago. They are fine, promise. Yeah, day 21 is one where I really, like, I have many ideas and like noticed quite a few things, but none of those things seem to be sufficient to completely figure it out. So yeah, we'll see. Okay, so if we do all of this, change these to 1s and change this to a 1. Let's see if that helps. Okay, I've done some exorcism, Python exorcism actually. Let's see if I still have my... There. Okay. So now if we do this, we get another result. We get 386, which is indeed less than it was before, which is probably good. Let's see if it's good enough. 386. Come on, please. Yay! That is indeed the right answer. Okay, 1 gold star closer to restoring snow operations. Now for part 2. I've got to go now, but it was nice saying hi. I see, sorry, I completely missed that. Thanks for hanging out, Sigma, and hopefully see you soon. Yeah, thank you for the raid, everyone. Please follow Sigma. Sigma is super cool. Coding, playing Celeste, playing Celeste 64, playing puzzle games, doing all the cool stuff. So highly recommend following Sigma. You think day 20 is the hardest day in the calendar? I mean, I guess, yeah, it's highly subjective in the end. For me, it's apparently not day 20, but something else. Alright, I'm glad that we got part 1 done with those. Just like 3 zeros had to be changed to 1s, and there we go, but yeah, it makes sense. Thank you! Yeah, I was almost ready to just recode everything, just because I didn't have an idea on where to go, but as soon as you wrote that about sibling blocks, I thought more around that area, and then, yeah. I had the right idea when I assumed like that. What I also said to you was, as soon as you said that, I realized just by thinking more in that vicinity that I never had a test case in which another block rested on a vertical block, and I think that is indeed related to the issues we had. So if I had created those test cases, I might have gotten closer to the problem as well. But yeah, it's just something that I didn't realize last time when I was creating my custom test cases. That still, even though I moved the vertical block to other spots, I still never had anything rest on one. And Tiggy is meowing again. Come on, Tiggy, chill! Okay, part 2. Disintegrating bricks one at a time isn't going to be fast enough. While it might sound dangerous, what you really need is a chain reaction. You'll need to figure out the best brick to disintegrate. For each brick, determine how many other bricks would fall if that brick were disintegrated. Using the same example as above, disintegrating brick A would cause all 6 other bricks to fall. Disintegrating brick F would cause only 1 other brick, G, to fall. Disintegrating any other brick would cause no other bricks to fall. So in this example, the sum of the number of other bricks that would fall as a result of disintegrating each brick is 7. For each brick, determine how many other bricks would fall if that brick were disintegrated. What is the sum of the number of other bricks that would fall? Okay, I think we can get that pretty quickly. Probably. Let's see. I mean, I assume. Maybe I'm missing something, but we're gonna find out soon enough. I don't think we have to change too much for that, because we're basically just like finding all the falling ones and then we're filtering them out anyway, right? At least I think so. Yeah, it's definitely this logic here where we find the disintegratable ones. Okay, so what are we doing? We're finding the current brick. We're picking one as the current brick. We're finding the sibling bricks, and yeah, then the compare bricks are all the fallen bricks that rest on the layer above the top position of the current brick. Then we filter the compare bricks for the ones that have some overlap with the current brick. And then we filter for the ones that have overlap, that have no overlap with any other brick. Those are the ones that would fall, right? So basically all we have to do is at this point remember the length, I think. If they just... yeah. If we don't need to check what happens when multiple ones are disintegrated, which is definitely apparently not the case. Definitely apparently. And I think it's just keeping track of it here. Okay. Why didn't I get anything here? Ah, because I'm doing part 1. There. Okay, 1091. Let's see. That's not the right answer, it's too low. Interesting. So what am I missing? Is it... Ah, of course, of course, of course. I'm missing that everything else will fall. Like, it's not only the ones on the layer above, but also all the others above that, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That's the thing. So I'm only considering the bricks in the layer above, but it's kind of recursive, of course. Okay, so it's a bit more tricky, but still not that problematic, I think. Let's see. I wonder what the best way of doing it is. If I just put all this into a function and just repeat it for the ones that are in the compare bricks, I think I will do some calculating of stuff that is not actually quite necessary, but yeah, just like should still be good enough, probably, I think. Maybe. Hi, Tiggy. Hello, Meowie Cat. Hello. Hi, Zach. Thank you for being here, and thanks for the Kevin, and congrats on being second. Nice to see you. Sorry, was just super focused on this. Thank you for the lurk. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing okay. I think that might be okay. Maybe. Let's see if it breaks. Does. Compare bricks is not defined. Okay. Our potential also is not defined, right? Yeah. Or is it? No, it's because it's defined outside of it, right? That means we wouldn't even have to return it at all. Okay. Okay. Maximum call stack size exceeded. That's no fun. Can't stringify that much. Fair enough. Well, it's just a stringifying. The overlap function, okay. Where is that? Can do that. Let's see. The overlap, I think. I just have to figure out if this has only X and Y or if it has X and Y and Z, but then we can definitely do it more easily by just accessing the X and Y and... Ah, no, but can we? I wonder. Let's see where we call the overlap and if we can rewrite that. Yeah, it's the brick space that we're calculating, and it has X and Y, okay. Or rather, yeah, a bunch of X and Y values. And we want to check if any of these X and Y values is the same. Doing good, by the way. Nice to hear. Nice to hear. I know that I'm not doing this in the most efficient way in general, because I could just remember for each brick how many bricks fall when you remove it, and then not calculate it every single time when like something lower falls, but just kind of, yeah, remember. But I, yeah, would have to rewrite much more if I had to do that, so I'll try not to do it. Of using the stringify function. I don't know if this changes anything, but like we could just I don't know if this makes it somewhat more efficient or something, but probably not, because it's also the call stack, and the call stack is still the same, right? I don't know if this makes any difference. We'll see. Nah, it's still the same. Just at a different spot for some reason, but yeah, the call stack is not related to what we're calling, just throwing too much stuff onto the stack. Makes sense. Okay, let's just return it to what it was and reconsider then. I think I might have an idea that is still somewhat good. Like the first thing would be we would have to go through it the other way around. Like we would have to start at the top, because at the top there's gonna be just non-falling things, right? So I copied. Okay, so we start at the top. And there we start then. Like we just have to remember on every layer basically what the previous layer, like the bricks we were holding on the previous layer had as a weight, basically weight, so how many other bricks they were holding. And if we remember that for like on each layer basically, we won't ever have to go up more than one layer, because we will have all the information on the layer before the one we were accessing right now, right? So that might help if we can remember that somewhere. First, let's see if this works like this, like without calculating the extra stuff here at the end. That seems good. Okay, we're still getting the right result, even going from top to bottom. That is nice. Okay, so... Emote, we love streamer emote. Yippee! Hi Rosie, hi Alice, hi everyone. Thank you for the raid. Emote. What? Subbreak. What's up, Alice? I am okay. I'm just coding here, working on the Advent of Code challenge. I was a bit stuck, or well, I had actually a pretty good approach for day 22 part 1 last time, but there were some very small mistakes. It's exactly 3 digits that had to be changed from a 0 to a 1, and then the code was correct. And now we're doing part 2, and it's seemingly not too difficult. I just have to kind of figure out how to most efficiently do it. We're still coding in the Advent of Code calendar. Hi Herbsty, nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. Congrats on being 3rd. How are you? The Advent of Code calendar, which is like a calendar of coding challenges. So it was an Advent calendar in December, or still is, but you can do it whenever, of course. And yeah, it starts out pretty simple. What was the first thing we had to do?
Bapanada.
Bapanada. Every day you get like a puzzle input that is like, this is just an example input, but you have to do some operations on this this input. to get the right result. And what was it in this? It was mostly just like parsing the strings and yeah, just extracting the numbers and then adding the numbers up. That's pretty much what this part 1 was. And then in part 2 you also had to consider spelled out numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Those would also count as numbers, and then you had to add everything up. So yeah, pretty much stuff like this, but this is the most simple version of it. There's yeah, things definitely got quite a bit more complex since then. So on day 22 now we have falling sand blocks, and we just get a puzzle input like this, which gives us 2 times 3 coordinates for each block, which is like the starting location in 3D space and the end location in 3D space of that block. So XYZ values, XYZ, XYZ, and we have to figure out first where they will land after they are done falling, and then we have to figure out in part 1 we had to figure out which ones are disintegratable, and they are disintegratable if no other brick will fall if you disintegrate them. And now in part 2 we have to figure out for each block how many other blocks would fall if you were to disintegrate it. So other blocks would fall if they are only resting on this single block, which isn't too difficult for the ones that are directly resting on the block, because then yeah, you can just directly see how many those are. But yeah, of course there might be more on the higher layers, so it's kind of stacking up. And yeah, we just kind of have to remember on the way down how many are falling so that we can easily calculate it. But yeah, I'm working on that right now, so trying to implement something to keep track of how many bricks would fall for each brick, pretty much. So yeah, that's that. Yeah. But yeah, how was your stream? What were you doing? Everyone follow Alice. She's awesome. Lots of fun games, super fun community, fun doggo, and fun Alice, of course. So I recommend hanging out over there. And hello, Herbsty. It's very, very nice to see you. I hope you've been well. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing right now. Day 22, part 2. We'll see what day 23 is about, hopefully today, if I can figure this out. Punch people, nice. Played Yakuza and it was fun, perfect. I'm okay-ish, but tired. Why are you tired? It's only almost 3 AM. There's no reason to be tired. Nope, relatable, yeah. I'm way cooler though. Lies. Let's just agree to be equally cool, then we don't have to fight about it. But thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, well, don't know. Yeah, it's a mystery. But yeah, thanks for coming in, I appreciate it. And while we're coding, we're listening to the Monster Train soundtrack, actually. I'm here for that streamer drama. I will fight this one to the death. Let's go. All right, fight me, Alice. No, I will not fight you to the death. I mean, if we're fighting about who's less cool anyway, we may as well just fight ourselves, right? Yeah, okay, stuck in a game, huh? Well, relatable. I'm sorry that I'm not fighting you to the death. I know I'm the worst. Sorry. Such a buzzkill. Never ready for anything fun. But also, I didn't say it yet. You probably streamed for a while. You probably should want to do some self-care and just chill and relax. So no pressure. feel free to take some space and time away from the screen. Stuck at what? Wait, what? Stuck. Probably gonna head out. All right. Hungry. Yeah, enjoy the food. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you pirated the game though, because I would not support J.K. Rowling. Horrible person. All right. Let's see. So we want to keep track of what is falling. So it's definitely in this else scenario. If indeed you did, good job. Borrowed it. Okay. Nice. I think we also have to do something here if nothing is resting on it, unless we just like put in a default state or something. I wonder, like, we might want to add something to the... Yeah, we're just like going through the bricks here anyway, right? We're not popping anything, it's all still in there. So while we're going through this, we can definitely add some weight to it, or like keep track of the weight to begin with, but it might just be okay to add things here. We could just put it into an object, but we can just as well also do something like this, but here we would have to go from start to finish again, unless we want to unshift or do something like that, but no, I don't want to do that. So index is 0, smaller or equal to this, going up. Well, weight 1 is the minimum weight, because at least the block itself is gonna fall. So we might not even need this. Do we need it? Maybe. I mean, we don't need the disintegratable at all, so we definitely don't need that part. Okay, definitely have to do something there for each brick in the compare bricks that remained, but also for itself. So, or do we have to do something for itself? Probably not, right? Or does it count as a 1 or as a 0 when we do that? And no, okay. the amount of bricks that are falling. Okay, so we wouldn't have to do anything if it's just itself that gets disintegrated. Nothing else will fall then. So that is fine. The problem is that we're not saving it with the brick, which I wanted to do at first. Maybe I should do that. Okay, I have to check how that works again then. Like, I know we can add some value thingy pair to an object. Oh wait, actually the bricks are arrays, right? Are the bricks arrays? Yeah, the bricks at this point should be arrays, right? Damn it, something's wrong somewhere. Hope that was just weights is not defined, that's okay. Integratable is not defined. That's just at the end here, right? Yeah. There, okay. Still working okay-ish so far. So, console logging the brick. Yeah, we actually want to, while going through this, yes, current brick is the one. Current brick. So push. Actually, should just make sure that it's never not a number. Oops. As soon as we check out any brick, we push a 1 to the end of it, as like its weight, I guess. So after these things, it will also have a 1 to start things off, and then we don't have to push afterwards anymore. But instead we can say this. indeed if we update the weight or the fall potential. Fall potential plus equals... Nope. Current brick -1. That's it. That should work. Hopefully. I mean, I have some hope here. Not a number. Great. Why is that? Because I... Yes, maybe I should actually push a number, otherwise it's hard to do maths with it. Still not a number. Okay, fair enough. I was trying for once to make use of this only being a reference. I hope that it really is just a reference, but okay, -1 is what? What is this? I think I could just write brick equals not equals current brick here, because they are both just references, right? And this is only working because they are references, because this is also just referencing two objects, but yeah, whatever. That's okay, but the -1 is not working. Apparently that, I mean, I think something there is wrong. So what if we just say... this instead. Still not a number, but in here things do look a bit better. We're actually getting some proper weights here, but we're still adding something stupid. Down here we still added. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. We get a result. 13,885. That's not the right answer. It's still too low. Why? Unbelievable. Okay, what am I missing? Just check if the original stuff is still working. Yep, that result is still correct. Wait, I see. Or do I see... I probably see, yes. The problem is I'm not considering the ones... Like if I have two sibling blocks that are holding together like 20 other blocks, but they're both resting on one other block, then they both don't update their weight because they are both saying, well, we're holding things together, so it doesn't really matter. But if you remove the one below, it will indeed make all of the above fall. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, well, at least I'm making progress and I'm realizing where things are going wrong, so that's something. Damn, okay, it's more tricky than I thought. Since we can't just calculate it in the dumb way that I tried at first, because call stack overflow and...
Bapanada.
Hi Corker, nice seeing you. Welcome, welcome. How are things? I hope you're well. I'm struggling. It seemed so trivial at first, and now here we are. Good, just fixed what I hoped were the last head-to-head bugs before the next, what's a BTA? Why did you expect part 2 of day 22 to be trivial? I didn't expect it to be, it just looked so trivial at first, and well, now here we are. I mean, it makes sense that it isn't. It makes a lot of sense that it isn't. But good to hear that you fixed all those bugs. BTA is a small Celeste speedrunning event. Ah, okay. Nice. When is it happening? Just making a little drawing right now to hopefully figure out maybe how I can do this. In just a few weeks. February 24, 25. That's 2 weeks. Yes, damn. February is short and moving fast. But yeah, that's super nice that you are basically giving them, like, or created one of the foundational tools, I suppose, by allowing people to race head-to-head, literally. That's super cool. I think that's awesome. I hope I will not miss it. I assume it's going to be streamed somewhere on Twitch, right? Ah, that's so cool. Love it. Yeah, I hope I will be able to watch the streams. Are you also participating, or in any like way as a speedrunner or as a host or something? But totally, yeah, please do. Joined the organizer team. I mean, yeah, and that's what I meant, like that. At first I thought, are you participating as a speedrunner? But I mean, in that sense, you are also participating, right? Participating as an organizer. That's cool. Huh. Yeah, so the annoying part here is that seemingly things are kind of unforeseeable. Like the way I'm trying to track the weight of a block doesn't quite work because of the way how only later it is determined. I don't think, have I heard this? Is this the credit song or something? Anyway. Lyric tracks are distracting. There we go. Will we stream on Average Imposters channel? Let me see if I'm maybe already following. I am indeed already following. Okay. Hopefully I'll catch it. But you can, I mean, if you remember. You might be too busy with other things, but if you remember, feel free to ping me. Like on the day or a day before or something. That should be... Can also write it down. Maybe I'll actually check my notes. There we go. Written it down. Okay, so one other thing, one other idea. While moving down, we could already check not the layer above, but the layer below. And hi TLM, I'll have a look at day 10 again in a second. Gladly. I'm just trying to wrap my head around something right now on this day 22 part 2 challenge. So I think while moving down, we could already remember, like we could give every block an ID maybe, a unique ID, and then remember which blocks it is resting on. Because then we don't have to do like big calculations or anything, we just have to see, okay, it's resting on these, so this one will trigger and its weight will count. And thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. And that might work, so maybe I'm gonna try something like that, like give it an ID and see what it depends on, if we count that or not. What's the problem? If you would have had to be here last stream kinda already. I mean, I explained it again what I'm doing, but I'll show you. It doesn't seem like super complex compared to some other days. I say it's definitely doable, but that's what you also did? Okay, nice. So that might work after all, if I do it right. So guess we can first look at day 10 and then I'm gonna explain what we're doing on this day 22. Day 10. Hunting the animal. Are you still on part 1 or already on part 2? Because for part 1, I think, yeah, I just wrote an algorithm that basically starts at the starting location and then just follows the path in both directions. So basically I had kind of 2 threads running, and as soon as the index of both ended up being the same, I knew, okay, this is the farthest spot. Don't fully understand the problem after reading it multiple times. Is it possible for you to explain the problem at all? Oh, okay, I see. So in part 1 already. So, I mean, the foundation is you have this pipe grid with a certain starting position, of course. And it's always a loop, so you can start and go and end the circles technically. And the main goal in part 1 is just to find the spot that is the farthest away from the starting position. So in this scenario you could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and back to the starting position 8, but then you wouldn't be 8 away from the starting position, but you would just be back at the starting position. So you can't get further away from the starting position than 4 steps, because if you go 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, then you're on the J, and that is in this direction 4 away from the starting position, and in this direction 4 away from the starting position, which is the max. If you go any further, it's like in this direction 5 away, but in this direction only 3 away, which is then of course not as far away from the starting position, because you could go both directions. And basically the task is just to find this furthest spot, if I'm not misremembering. So find the single giant loop starting at S. How many steps along the loop does it take to get from the starting position to the point farthest from the starting position? Yeah. So fair enough. Yeah. You can just go the full loop, and then you don't need the 2 threads. But yeah, that's already the solution pretty much. But yeah, so also in this more complex loop, there's always only one path you can go. It's always clear where you go next. If you know the 2 things, where did I come from and what kind of piece am I on, then you know exactly in which direction you're going to go next and on which tile you're going to be next. So by doing that, you can just go around and count the steps, and then in whatever way figure out which position in the loop is as far away from the starting position as possible. So that's pretty much it. I hope that helps a little bit. Okay, and now back to 22. So the thing in day 22 is we are dealing with falling blocks. The blocks are always... You're welcome. I hope you make some good progress on day 10 and the other challenges. Yeah, it is. Sometimes the descriptions can be kind of confusing. I've noticed that as well. For the most part, it's been fine, but sometimes I was confused too. So here we have falling blocks, and for each falling block we get X, Y, and Z coordinates, not once but twice, because it's giving us basically, it's always, if you were thinking in Tetris, it's always a straight long block, but not necessarily 4 tiles long. The length can vary, I think. And so you're getting the starting position in 3D space and the end position in 3D space. So this one would start at 101 and end at 121. They're always either horizontal or vertical, but yeah, can also be twisted in horizontal space. But yeah, always two values will be the same. So here it's 0, 2 and just the X value changes. Here it's 1 and 1 and only the Y value changes. For the last one it's 1, 1 and only the Z value changes. So that is the only vertical block in this example. And this is a snapshot while they were falling. So we have one that is already on the ground, but all the others are still above ground. And the first task was to determine where they are gonna settle. So when they're just moving down like Tetris blocks and also behave like Tetris blocks. So there's no, if you have one block like this and one block on top like this, it will not topple and tilt. It will just stay on top of it like this. So yeah, basically you need to figure out where they will come to rest. And then the next step in part 1 was to figure out which blocks are disintegratable. And they are disintegratable if no other block is resting on them. At least no other block is only resting on them. So if you have 2 blocks supporting another block, then both of those blocks would be disintegratable, because if you disintegrate one, the other one is going to hold it still. So that was part 1. And now in part 2, we want to figure out if we disintegrate a block that we previously deemed not disintegratable, how many other blocks will fall. And if you were just to look at the ones directly above, that would be pretty simple, because yeah, you can just, like, every time you deemed a block not disintegratable, that is, like, you just count by how many it was not disintegratable, like how many it was holding on its own, and then you would know the answer. But the thing is that, yeah, if you have this one holding this one, and then this one holding 20 other ones, then all the 20 other ones will also fall. And that's kind of the thing where we need to keep track of stuff. But Aussie is weird. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Since we heard the Monster Train soundtrack, let's listen to the Slay the Spire soundtrack next. Nice. Okay, let's try to do what I just said I wanted to do. Do you have to deal with extremely wide or tall piles? Yes. I think so, because, yeah, what I first tried was to just calculate it from the bottom up or from the top down, either way, but the stack overflows if you do that. So what I have come up with now as an idea is to give every block as we move down an ID, and remember which other blocks it's depending on, so we don't have to do any complex calculations, at least at that point, but just see which blocks are involved and only go through that kind of stack. We'll see if that works. So I mean, they kind of already have a brick index just by this index that we're, like, going through, right? So do we even need this? Are all the blocks the same thickness? Yeah, kinda, in the sense that they're always these long blocks, as they would be in Tetris. But they can be kind of different thickness, in the sense that if they are vertical, then they would have just one width but more thickness in that, like, sense, right? Maybe that is important, because, yeah, you definitely have to differentiate between horizontal and vertical blocks, so that's important. Found out I'm allergic to silicone. That sucks. But, I mean, it's good that you found out, because then you can make adjustments. It is probably difficult to completely avoid it, but there's, for most common appliances, like, alternatives, right? So it's good that you know, at least. So do we need the brick index at all? I mean, we kind of know what we can directly get them anyway, so what we rather only need is just an array that keeps track of what everything is resting on. Resting on, that's what we're going to call the array. Yeah, that sucks, but it does make it tougher that a rig can spend more than one day. Yeah, precisely. That was the thing that also was the foundation of why my code wasn't working already after the last stream. And yeah, sucks that your wrist is suffering right now, but it shouldn't take too long until it gets better again, right? Unless it's, like, super heavy allergic, but I hope that's not the case. Otherwise, call an ambulance. Okay, so those are the ones that are lower. And now these should be the ones that the current brick is resting on, I think. Okay. Maybe we want to stringify that, I'm not sure yet, but we'll see. You have weird friends, Ozzy, but I mean, apparently you're weird too, so... as long as they're happy with that, I guess, don't judge. It's probably the safe bet to have some food in your pocket. I think I know how to approach this. Okay, okay. Let's see if my approach works. I have hope. So my previous idea was to Ow. Ouchie. Root Zach. Root. My previous idea that you can still see the console logging off right here. Pocket food is a staple of skiing. I can't judge. That's fair. That was a hit. That was it. That was definitely a hit. Yeah. Like if I just dodge to the side of screen, that doesn't count. I also have to really dodge under. Or jump over. Jumping over would also be valid, but I haven't done that yet. Giant cat attack! Indeed! Hello, Plompy. Thanks for attacking. Chomp, chomp, chomp. He is indeed attacking my mouse hand. So here you can see my previous approach still in the log there. Before I was trying to go down from the top to the bottom and just remember for every single one, if you remove it, how many others will fall. And then just do that kind of... Just remember it for each layer, as I said. Yeah, so for every layer we know how many bricks will fall if you remove any given block on that layer. So then on the lower layer you don't have to go all the way back up to the top layer. That was my idea. The problem therein is that on the current layer you might be able to remove all the different bricks and no other brick would fall because they have like they share the burden of the higher bricks. But then on the lower layer, like for example, you have one brick here, two bricks here, and then a bunch of bricks resting on those two bricks. That means if you remove one of these two, nothing will happen. But if you remove this, all the others will fall. So that logic, at least in that simple way, doesn't quite work. So that's why I'm trying to work with these references more like to just like have a more simple way of, well, maybe more complex, but still more simple than calculating the whole weight and stuff and the overlap, etc. I hope this works and doesn't overflow the stack now for some reason. It's, I don't know. It's an idea. Was this before? Just the one, right? Yeah. Ah, come on. Whee! Okay, what's the number there at the end? Okay, that's the that's the weight part that we probably don't need. Didn't really help, but I didn't remove it yet. Okay. go. Okay. Okay, now for every brick we know which bricks it is resting on. That's a good start, I think. Still, we only need to do something in here, right? Probably, because only if the compare bricks are... yeah, only if anything is falling, more might be falling. That makes sense, like bottom up, kinda. Okay, so... oh no, now we're... no, that's fine, yeah. But the resting on thingy starts... starts with the highest one, the way we're going through it, right? And I kinda don't want that, right? Don't think so. I want to start at the bottom and then go further up. Because... yeah, we will have more compare bricks the further we go up, basically. Actually, yeah, that might be... we might be able to just, like, do that differently, or might have to do that differently anyway. First, let's make this like this. And then, because we're going backwards through this, but we are... pushing to the resting on. That might be better then. That should add things to the start instead of adding them to the end. So then we might just be able to go through them. What we want to check is if here in this resting on, we have information of what they are resting on, and we want to check if the current compare bricks, which are the ones that are already falling, are already contained, like if removing them from what the others are resting on would make the array be empty, basically, right? Yeah, that should be that. And then we also, if another one falls, we want to add that one to the list as well, right? So to the compare bricks, basically, to then check further up. Brain, work with me. Okay, yeah, that might work. So now we're going through these things here, basically, or like through these arrays that refer to other bricks. And just gonna call it a pillar because it's holding up the stuff then, right? Gosh, my brain, it hurts trying to like not lose track of what I'm doing right now, and keeping it all in my memory is rough. Let's remove the if for now, because that's gonna be, we will have to use that later, but yeah, first let's filter and then see what we're checking for after the filtering. So this here is a list of all the things that any given other thing is resting on. And now we're checking if, I think we need to stringify it, because otherwise it's just not gonna work. Because we can't compare objects like in a simple way. So we might have to change something about that as well. Like, I would like to not do this and just see... Or can we actually... No, probably not, right? Maybe we can, because it is still the same object, or isn't it? Like, what I would technically like to do, if it wasn't for the weird object reference, actual object, etc. thing, would be... So we want to filter for the ones that are included, or rather for the ones that are not included, right? Because if we find any that are not included, then do the bricks store their own ID? In a way, like implicitly. But I'm not using that, I'm realizing. I wanted to do that, but maybe I am using it implicitly. I don't even know. Yeah, that would be smarter, right? I wanted to do that and then I just didn't do it in the end. Mood. I don't know. Brain tired, probably. I'm just gonna try something real quick to see if it's... I don't know. Oh, we get some faults in between. That's interesting. Okay, maybe it's actually working, because if this actually triggers, then then there might be some potential here. Some fall potential, literally. But we're not adding the... that's one thing we would have to do. I kind of feel like this is not gonna work, but I mean, well, we're doing something, and it finished calculating before, so I don't know. Something happened. That's good, probably. Something. 3649. Did I have a higher result before? I don't know. Let's try. That's not correct. It's still too low. God damn it. Your if has no else where you seem to want it. Use NeoVim for real, for real. IXZ. I'm fairly new to all things coding. Again, like I've done some coding in the past, but I was not doing much for a long time. So just got back into it and doing a web dev course, and they threw Visual Studio Code at us, and for now it's working well for me, so I'm sticking with it for now. Might check out other coding environments at some point, but yeah. Also different coding languages, but yeah, my if has no else. Okay. I wonder which one you mean. This one here? Yeah, I mean, it's working okay for me for sure. I can't compare really, so yeah. Do you mean this if statement? Because I thought I don't need anything here. Okay, I see. Yeah, no, technically, it's just like, it's getting so convoluted in my brain what I'm doing here. Kinda need to get this sorted a bit better so that I don't get so lost in it. IntelliSense extensions, what do they do? Yes, please. Keep going. That is a lot of falling. Sample input, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for the suggestion, that is smart. Completely forgot that we have something like that. Okay, yeah, good. We're getting a wrong result. That's kind of what we want, right? Because then we can start fixing things. I don't even know what this 5 here is. Well, if I looked at this, I would know. 5 disintegratable. That is probably correct, but the fall potential of 10 is not correct, right? Yeah, we want 7. Okay, good. Fresh flavor of wrong. IntelliSense is the Microsoft flavor of inline documentation formatting, and it informs smarter autocomplete and stuff like that. Ooh, okay, that's nice. I should check that out. It's like better JS doc. I also don't know JS doc, but yeah, I get what you're saying there. That sounds useful. Should check that out. That might help also with finding my way around my own code at this point. It's definitely getting tough to navigate. Don't know if this is maybe too much. This is giving me 7. We want 7, right? We want 7? We want 7. That could be a coincidence though, especially since this is making it lower and our previous result was too low, so this might just be a coincidence. Okay. Oops. Great. Object, 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 object. Why is the one object small? Undefined, but why was it? Did I just do something wrong here before? No, it's still what? Ah, no. If this is current thing is an array, then shouldn't we be able to access 0 and not have it be undefined? Or is it just like... Okay, that kind of works, okay. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Okay. Yep. I mean, I kinda understood it already, but it's, yeah, it's not quite ideal. Okay, let's see what this here does right now. So it's all based on the same thing that is causing stuff to fall, but I think that might technically be okay. Because the other one is making it directly fall, right? Where we have the other fall scenario, that's just like one that's directly above it. Oh yeah, it causes the fall of itself. That's probably an issue. Because that is not what we want. Interesting though. I guess it makes sense because we're adding this stuff before, right? So we're adding it to the resting on and then we're checking against it. But although, does it make sense? Let me think. Especially as the first one, does it make sense? Because we're starting at 0, right? Oh yeah, it does make sense because we're unshifting, of course. So we're adding that to the start. Makes sense. Yeah, something is wrong with that comparison there. Let me think about it. Because it's obvious they tried to print the error status object instead of the actual message and then just never tested it. Yeah. Who's gonna see error sites anyway? Or error pop-ups? Thinking hardly for sure. I mean, the unshift is definitely suboptimal, I think, because you wanna access this here, it's always gonna be yeah, we're still going through it from top to bottom. That's probably the whole issue here. Like, not that we're going through it from top to bottom, because that makes sense. Falls into chat. Hi, Joe. Hope the gym was okay. I'm struggling here. Just to keep track of what I'm doing and how I'm doing and where I'm going when and why and how, and navigating these stacks of blocks is fun. But we might be getting somewhere at some point. Maybe. We're already getting somewhere, just not to the right spot. Okay. I mean, that's definitely the issue here, or one of the issues. But yeah, that's something we gotta figure out, because we can't just access it by X, because we're just like filling it from top to bottom, but then 0 is not 0 in the actual things, and yeah, I don't know. Makes sense. Probably not, right? This will just break things for sure. No, it didn't. Ooh, interesting. Still giving me the same result, though. Ah, okay, because my index is at 0 at that point, of course. Yeah. Or my... Yeah, that's the last thing we're doing. Might still need a +1. Undefined. Yeah, okay. That doesn't quite work. Okay, but yeah, no, we just don't... like the one thing that we're still comparing it against itself. That's the issue. That's something we shouldn't do. But otherwise, it might be fine. I don't know. Don't compare it with yourself anyway. What if we just move this below this whole thing? Damn. Finish an audiobook? Nice. Which one? Also finished Me, did the same things I did Tuesday, but it was all harder. That's weird. Doing the same things you did 2 days ago. I think your muscles weren't quite fully rested. But still, GG. Well done. Okay, what are we gonna listen to now? What about... the amplified OST. Wait, is it really just that short? Maybe. That's okay though. Let's go with it. Some high energy coding music. I think I should get a better stretching routine or something. I barely do stretches right now. Yeah, stretching is nice just to keep the flexibility and stuff, and also helps to prevent injury. Doesn't really help with soreness actually. If you really stretch, then it might make you sore, but yeah. So... something is not right here for sure. That looks worse than before. Maybe now it's rather with a -1, because we're not pushing this thing in there already. That doesn't help. I'm just trying random things kinda at this point. I'm not thinking it through, just hoping that I blindly aim and hit the right thing, which is not the smartest approach probably, but it's just so rough to try and really figure out what's going on at this point. Index is counting down. What did I change that made this go to 2? Just move this unshift down here, right? Yeah. Yeah, then it should probably have a +1, right? Because x plus index would, yeah, just start at, like again, if we're at index 0, would just be 0, 0, right? So again, would just be the first thing in the list, kinda, I think. Yeah, we would want the +1 there, technically. Unless we put this in here, but then we would compare against that already. Oh yeah, the +1 actually does help. That's good, probably. Okay, we're only counting the things that happen after the initial fall, and that's 4. Is that correct? That could technically be correct. But if we take this in here again, that is 7. That looks correct. You're adding things to compare bricks, but are you actually using that? I can't see where you are using it. isn't it used like because it's done in this for loop? It's pushed here, and then for the next thing in the resting on, it is part of this here, right? Yeah. I mean, this gave me the correct result for now, and I kind of feel like this is at least the correct indexing. I could check if these are the right things, but let me just try with the actual date. Maybe we're lucky, maybe I actually fixed it, kinda. I think I've done something that makes some sense here. At least index-wise, I'm pretty sure that I'm addressing the correct spots now. Kinda, like not fully, but more sure than before. I actually thought about it and consciously made adjustments. Well, we're console logging a bit much there. Might not want to do that. Imagine this would just work right now and give me the right result. Oh, we're in part 1 here. Ha! Well, that's much higher. We need it higher. So I have hope. God damn it. Now they don't even tell me if it's too high or too low or something. Bapanada. Oh well. Okay. Now let's check again if at least the causes XYZ, whatever to fall, is correct here. Back to the sample data. I was hopeful. Okay. There. Makes sense that it's only this one that triggers this, because all the other ones are just directly triggering the fall, which is already done here. Oh yeah, this also looks much better now in general, because before we still had Z2s in there, which doesn't make sense because the Z2s are already covered by this part right here. We do check the compare bricks already, and those are then covered. So this looks definitely much better already, that we only have Z3s and the Z4s in there. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, this one causes 1 to fall, this one causes 2 to fall directly above it, and then also indirectly causes 4 more to fall. So this, let's see if those must be the correct ones, because they are all higher. C3, C4, and C5 to 6. That looks pretty accurate. So, damn, that's the worst. So now we have the same issue again that we had in part 1. The test data is working, the actual data is not getting the right result. You didn't even get a hint if it's like too high or too low. And that's painful. We might still mix up things at some point with this unshift, I don't know. Are we though? I don't know, it kind of makes sense. Some spaces in here. I'm gonna write stuff down again, just to be sure. Just example arrays to see if I'm keeping track of things correctly, potentially. Okay. Okay, actually this is confusing, probably. Yeah, because I still feel like I should be double counting right now, but apparently I'm kinda not. Because I first gather the resting on info for a layer, and then I go to the lower layer, and then on that layer first check directly what it's causing to fall on the layer above. I'm still doing that, right? And then I'm going through the resting on array to check again, but that resting on array already contains the resting on information for the layer above, so it should technically trigger twice, but it doesn't do that here, so there seems to be an issue. I think. Probably. Unless I'm missing something, but yeah. So that's interesting why it's not doing that. Oh, sorry, I didn't read the audiobook stuff. The audiobook was a random one I picked when I had the bad insomnia last week. It's called Sunshine, and it's somehow a vampire sort of romance that I didn't mind too much. That's fair, that's fair. Sounds fun. Sounds like a comfy read. Picked it because I've liked the author's other books in the past, but this one, while okay, is not on the favorites. But yeah, I mean, if it just was entertaining enough for the time being, I guess that's sufficient. Not every book has to be a favorite. Okay, so what we're doing is we're going through the resting on. We're starting at 0. So we should be checking what the above layer is resting on technically. And what we're doing there is we're then checking all our compare bricks. That's why it doesn't trigger twice, because in our compare bricks we don't have the current layer, but only the layer above. So that makes sense, because the layer above is not resting upon itself. Yeah. Then we could technically actually change that. Right. Remove this. I don't know. This will not fix it, I think, but maybe it's gonna simplify the code a tiny little bit. So this will work. I mean, it's not working anyway, so... But I wonder if it's gonna do the same as it is right now.
The unholy mold underworld bully. I will crush those who oppose me, just like Mummy told me. My ambitions are cavernous, my motto is avarice. With loot I get so amorous, for gold I get ravenous.
Yep, still the same result. That's kind of what I expected. Because yeah, now we're but not quite the same result, at least not output wise, because now we should have the Z2s again. Yeah. It's nice, so we also
I'll leave the earth on the sun, so don't make a blunder. You be 6 feet under. You better hide under covers, I do what I want. Your feelings get hurt. Step up, girl, you better stay alert, or you'll be napping up in that dirt. Fortress and mullet, I'm putting in the work. I hope you.
Now we should have all covered by the same logic for all causing, which is potentially helpful. Yeah, now we also see here that this different one, the Z4 one, causes this one to fall. Like we get the specifics now. This one causes these two on Z2 to fall, and then furthermore these higher up ones, all of them. Looks good so far, but I don't think this will change the outcome that we had before. I don't know what even, like we probably can still see it, I hope. Yeah, 47,109. I don't think that will change by... I mean, if it does, I'm gonna be happy, but I doubt it. Because technically, still doing the same, just different. I'm gonna try regardless. Yeah, and again, we don't want to console log all of that. Why are we still console logging it? I didn't save. God damn it. There. 47109, same thing. God damn it. Also hydrate. Oh yes, yes, yes. Thank you. And re-energize. Nice. Interestingly enough,
William Shakespeare did not exist. His plays were masterminded in 1589 by Francis Bacon, who used a Ouija board to enslave playwriting ghosts.
Yeah, we know that since we played The Witness. But thanks, Fact Core. It was interesting enough that I finished, so there's that. I'm just not interested in books with heavy romance. This one wasn't too romance focused, so it was alright. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I guess I don't necessarily mind romance, but definitely there has to be more than just, oh, it's such a lovely romantic story. There has to be some meaningful human connection that is like independent of the romantic aspect of it. Because then if there's this interesting interaction between two characters, then it gets interesting, and then it doesn't have to be a romantic relationship, but it just might as well be. So yeah, if it's just about romance for the sake of romance, then yeah, I also am not a fan of that. Snack. I don't have fresh fruit or anything comparable, but I have chip.
Really? Space. Really? Should have said something. We had no idea.
Space! Seems to be working so well for the sample data. And then it just doesn't or the actual data. I hate that. Now that I've kind of made sense of everything, I just feel like it should work. Why isn't it? That's so rude. Okay, if you have a hint for me, then that's cool. And yeah, that's a bad sign. Because I don't think you're not understanding my code because I used something super fancy, but just because I made it so horribly convoluted. But yeah, if you have an idea, please share, like if you want to, because otherwise I might just resort to recoding everything and just doing it from scratch instead of just janking around in what I have. Might be the smarter approach at this point, actually. Ah, yes, of course, yeah. That makes sense. And it's quite a few lines already. I can zoom out. Then you can potentially see a few more lines, but also might be really tiny on some screens now, so I don't know. And it's still just a fraction of the code. I mean, I can also just push it to GitHub. If you check whether a brick falls and it doesn't fall, it might actually fall later when another brick is removed. I believe you are not checking that again. I mean, that's the thing that I first did wrong, right? I thought I was considering that now, but yeah, let me reevaluate. I mean, you mean in the sense of that in the sense that you have, as I said earlier, you have like one thing that is resting on two things, for example, and if you remove either of the two things, it won't fall, but then if you have another thing below that carrying those two and you remove that, then that will cause all three to fall. Something like that, right? Because you won't just like, you won't be like remove one, remove two, and now it's falling. That's not what you mean, because that's not how it works, right? Because it's always just like what falls if you remove one particular block. I thought I was checking that because so what I'm doing is that whenever a brick is removed, you should later on recheck all the bricks that are resting on the just removed one if it is still there. Yeah, so what I'm doing is in this resting on array, I have this I basically keep track of yeah, what the things are resting on, basically. Should probably go back to the sample data and maybe just like try to print that, see if I can manage to do it. Well, it only gives me the objects, but... Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, no, that kind of makes sense. Yeah. So we're unshifting, so the lowest thing in my array is not resting, like the lowest element is not resting on any other element. That makes sense, right? Then the first element is resting on one element, which is the first element. The second element is resting on one element, which is this element, I believe. Or is it also resting on the first one? Probably also resting on the first one. Yeah, that makes sense. This one is resting on 2, this one is resting on 2, this one is resting on 2, and this highest one is only resting on one of these. So that's my resting on array at the end of it. And I think I'm checking the whole resting on array on like every new brick that we consider going from the top down. So like I'm filling this array starting here and going down. So at first it's only this object in here, which is like, okay. The last block in my fallen bricks array is resting on this other object, this other brick. And then I'm going to the next thing in my fallen brick array and just say, okay, if I remove this, is anything else falling? Maybe if this one is resting on this one. I should be checking that. Like, and feel like still not sure. Whenever a brick is removed, you should later on recheck all the bricks that are resting on the just removed one. If it is still there. So my logic is that I start by removing one brick, and this brick, like removing this brick, if there is any other brick that is only resting on this one, it gets, like it will be left over in the compare bricks at the end. So my compare bricks is basically the things that are already in the process of falling. So, and then I compare everything in my resting on array. If what is in the compare bricks... I think I understand what you mean now, potentially. But I mean, yeah, it should technically not, like, I think it should technically work, because, like, I mean, I'm on one layer and I remove something, which means that a certain amount of stuff on the layer above is gonna fall. Then I go to that layer and... Ah, god damn it. Rain. Yeah. So yes. Since I'm going through my resting on array from bottom to top, I keep checking for basically each layer, so layer by layer from bottom to top. I check which things on this layer are falling based on what has already been falling on the layer below. And if something is falling on this higher layer, I add it to the list of bricks that are falling right now, which is my compare bricks list at that point. That's why I'm pushing the fallen bricks thing here. Unless I'm pushing the wrong thing there, that might be. The bricks can be different heights and span layers. But the compare bricks is like consistent throughout my comparison. Like it doesn't get like switched out completely by layer. It just like gets I add more stuff to the compare bricks, but I never remove anything from the compare bricks. Like not in the process of managing one removed brick. Like whenever I remove one brick, I open up the compare bricks, and well, I first set it up, but after first setting it up, I never remove anything, I just keep adding stuff to it. Right? Like the compare bricks is first defined up here, and if anything is falling, then starting there we only keep pushing to it. So the brick that we removed should still be in the compare brick, so if it's supporting anything on any higher layer, it should be still in there to be compared against, right? That's what we do here. At least I think that's what we're doing. And here is where we add more stuff to the compare bricks. But it's definitely possible that I'm confused here. I mean, I'm definitely confused here. But I feel that we're considering this, like, if we're on, like, this layer and have this vertical thing standing on it, and this gets removed, and the vertical one is only resting on this one, then that means this falling one gets added to the list of compare bricks, and is gonna be in there until we have checked every single layer all the way to the top. If something has lost all its support bricks. And if that is the case, we add that one to the list of compare bricks as well. So I think we're doing that correctly. Apparently we're not doing something correctly, but I don't know. Maybe I should try to keep track of my compare bricks. Nah. Mm. Ah, okay, no, that's not what it... Yeah, okay. I mean, it's kind of true. But yeah, the causes fall off is... like it has duplicates in it, which probably isn't an issue because we just check if something is contained in there. So that shouldn't cause... Yeah, it doesn't have anything resting on vertical bricks. That's true. That's true. We should definitely change the example to consider that case. Yeah, so causes fall off is not the correct description here, but that doesn't really matter. It's just like all of this is at the end anyway inside of our compare bricks array. So all of these are in there. There's duplicates, but duplicates shouldn't matter because we just check if something is contained in there or included in there. And whenever something is falling, it gets added to that. So that seems fine. But yeah, let's try to add something that will rest on this last one here that has come in. 1, 2, 10. That should end up being on top of it, right? Yeah, that's true. We should definitely check for that case, even though I don't see that we're not considering that case right now. I still feel like, yeah, it still makes sense to check for it, of course. Oh yeah, well, that seems wrong. You're right. Like already I can tell because apparently our last thing is not resting on anything, which I think is not true, right? Unless I made a big mistake here, but it should cover... Ah, wait, no, I'm doing it the wrong way, so that's probably... you always have to make the second one higher. Yeah, there we go. All right. It was just me creating nonsensical input data because I checked and the input data is always going from small to big. So this looks a bit better already. Just kinda, I mean. But as you can see, I think it adjusted correctly. Now we only have 5 disintegratable ones, and we have 10 falling ones, because we just changed one that was before disintegratable, which is my vertical block, to one that is carrying another block, which is precisely what this reflects here. And this here also seems accurate, like not that it's causing the fall of these, but these are all the ones that higher ones get compared against. Like if the higher ones have, yeah. I don't know. Seems like also this case is handled correctly as I expected. I mean, yeah, I'm not doing a perfect job here because the duplicates really don't have to be in there. So the question is when are we adding the duplicates? Because I never consciously did that, so we probably want to check that out. I think it's because we already have the compare bricks in here at this point. The one for the layer right above. Was that 0 now because we never add anything to it? Now it's even worse. Oh no. I think it's worse. I don't know. They're still all getting added twice. Oh yeah, because I still do that. I'm just not checking against it. So do we even need any compare bricks before this? Or can this all go? Well. Apparently we don't need all that code anymore, so that's nice. Because the result remains the same here, and this looks good too. Makes sense, kinda. I assume that this still doesn't change anything though, but yeah, now we don't have the duplicates anymore, right? Right. Yeah, now only that's in there. Like it's also including itself in the causes fall off, but that's not really what it is. It's just a bad string here. That does all look good. Well, now that we've removed some unnecessary code, let me try once more. But I still don't assume that it's gonna give me another result, considering the changes that I made. Well, that was to be expected. Oh, I do get another result. So my previous code did something weird that I just removed. That's good, that's good. Maybe this is correct now. Maybe I just had some early jank for some reason and now it's correct, right? No! God damn it! Well then, be right back. Toilet break. I was so hopeful. God damn it.
Infinity years in the serious room.
Just keep on practicing. Remember, kid, practice is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That's coming from Einstein, too, so listen sharp.
All right, I'm back and still not any wiser. Like, one thing that I just thought of was, well, just to make sure. Oops. Yeah, go back to our custom input data and maybe just make this somewhat bigger. Just see if that changes anything. Still 10. 10 seems correct. Hi, Flecky. Yeah, that did not really change much. Yeah, no, it's just positioned higher as it should be. Getting crowded by cats. That's always a sign that it might be time to stop soon. Hello. Hello, I can't see. Thank you. Thank you for the assist, but all right. What to listen to now? Yeah, why not? Transistor soundtrack is pretty nice. Okay. Well, we removed a lot of code. That's good, and it changed the result. That's also somewhat good, probably. Yes, hello, third cat. Just one missing now. I'm just gonna remove all this stuff now. Cthulhu time! Oh, the serious room and the old bed. Did that trigger? I did not hear any of that, so I wonder. Probably, oh, that was 4 minutes ago. Was that what I was while I was gone? Probably was while I was gone, right? Alright. Cthulhu shall join us. Here we go. Alrighty. I assume that was while I was gone. I hope that things are working correctly. Let's try.
Bapanada.
Bapanada is working. That's good. Okay, Mr. Cat, what is the plan here? Hello, cat. Need to move, cat. Oh, cat number 4. Now they've all been here. You're telling me to stop streaming and feed you. I assume that's what's happening here. Slower bricks logic seems sound. And I mean, it's working here as well. these are the potential foundation bricks for a current brick, which is like, yeah, the higher z coordinate of the brick on the lower layer should be the current brick's lower z coordinate -1. That means that it could be resting on it if they are overlapping in the spatial horizontal dimensions. And then we add all those bricks that remain to the temp rest. And then we push that or unshift that whole temp rest thing onto our resting on list, array, whatever. Just put it to the start. Too much lyrics. There we go. Really don't see what I'm doing wrong. I think the puzzle is wrong. I mean, it's, I don't know. This filter function is still something that I'm unsure about, kinda. Basically, we're going through our resting on list, starting on the layer right above the current one because we haven't added the thing to the resting on yet. And we just filter the current resting on element to see, like, checking all its foundations. Like, it gets added if brain. The compare bricks are the removed ones, so it has a pillar that is not in the removed ones, then the length will not be 0. So then it won't be added to the compare bricks, it won't increase our fall potential, and that seems good. That seems correct. I don't know why it's not working, it doesn't make any sense. I don't even know how to change our testing data in a meaningful way. Try once more. With all the console logging. Same result, of course. I mean, why would it change? I didn't change anything in the code, really. Yeah, this one is supporting a lot of things. Can't even be displayed in the terminal anymore. I am sorting this stuff, right? I'm pretty sure I'm sorting this stuff. Still gotta make sure by shuffling around this input stuff here. Yeah, still correct. As expected, we are sorting correctly. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, at this point, I feel like the only thing I can reasonably do is just like code it all again and hope that somehow it works out better. Because apparently there's some stupid little mistake that I don't understand or am unable to track down. Get a brick that is supported by two different bricks with different heights. Okay. Do I just make up completely my own input data, or should I add it to this? Does it make a difference? Guess I could just write the whole thing myself, right? So what's easier? Okay. 0, 0, 1. 0, 0, 3, let's say. And here we have I have to kind of shouldn't be too difficult, right? That. Here. Okay. So now if I put something on that should be then on the same, yeah, that like all of these are already resting so far. So now if I put something on 0, 0, 4, going to 0, 2, 4, that should be resting on those two that are different heights, right? Like on this one and on this one, if I'm not mistaken. There should be a common brick below the two. Okay, okay. And just increase every value here by 1 for now. Common brick below the two, so basically just 0, 0, 0, 1 and 0, 2, 1 should do the trick, right? Okay, yeah, the fact that that just changed the outcome from 4 to 5 is... Yeah, okay, I see. Probably not good, because adding this one below the others should not just increase it by 1, right? Yeah, okay. That's weird. Thank you. Hi Gyroskaya, nice seeing you. I'm struggling. Oops, no, don't. I click. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, because like this one should make all of these fall, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna be streaming much longer either, but you're getting ready for work, or what time is it for you? Are you done with work? I never know times. No, you probably wouldn't be getting ready for work right now, because it's kind of almost time to get ready for work here. Substitution holiday today? What is substitution holiday? For an actual holiday you get the holiday today, but it's not actually a holiday. Close to 2 p.m. I see. All right, that's a comfy time. Yeah, I'm just about to figure out what's maybe I'm just about to figure out what the heck is wrong with this code here, because something is wrong for sure. Worked over New Year, so now I got 2 days off. Makes sense, makes sense. I understood correctly then. I mean, this one that we added down here looks okay. That is making those 4 fall, which is reasonable. But why did we lose something else that made other stuff fall, which we must have, right? So what is this down here and why don't we have it here? I am confusion. Very confused by this output here of the previous example. Oh yeah, but we have the same situation here. There's some weird blank line in there that I... No wait, the blank line there is fine. Yeah, okay. But here it doesn't make sense. What is this down here? Understand. How's... what? Why? Why is... what is this? Where does this come from? I totally don't get that. Now it's... no. Is it there? No, it's not there. Was it just like some weird glitch thing or something? What is this? This makes no sense. Did I change something in the code maybe in between? Must have, right? But I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, for some reason in this scenario this one right here causes the fall of all of these, but in our 5 scenario the equivalent one which is this one does not do that. I don't understand why that is. That's actually good, because that means I can probably get closer to the problem. Thank you for the suggestion, 9very. They also have a rule that holidays that fall on a weekend are observed on the following Monday. That's nice. That's awesome. This variant should actually return 1. What do you mean by this variant should actually... What variant? Oh, 1 you mean? Oh, no, only one brick will make one other brick fall. No, I don't think so. No, the result... I don't know, I haven't even checked the result itself, but this one... Like, if we remove this lowest one, I think everything else is resting on this lowest one, right? Or is it? Or am I confused right now? Wait, yeah, in this scenario we had this one down there, this one up there, this one up there, this one here. Yeah, good point. Why is this one making stuff fall at all? Or, well, this much stuff in any case. Yeah, true. Only one should make something fall in this scenario. Exactly. Only the lower vertical piece should make something fall. Yeah, this one is the correct one, I would say. And, well, this can be ignored, but these are actually considered to be falling when this one gets removed for some reason. So yeah, that's the core issue right now, apparently. Were you? Is that the input I should use now? But do you really think that I'm right and you were confused? I think you're right that only one brick should fall in this scenario. Because, like, we have one that goes 3 up, one on the bottom that holds another one that goes 2 up, and then one on top. And the one on top will never fall because it's resting on 2 different ones. And only the 2 height one that rests on the lowest one will fall in a scenario where you remove that one. So this one should return 1. Yeah, I think that's the same outcome then, but I can also try that. Just quickly store this kinda. Bring it in the history. That's 5, but I think then probably this is gonna cause the same issue that this is 4 now or something. Yeah. Well, same thing. I guess I can work with my previous input. Because, yes, I agree, this should return 1. And it's a bit smaller. And I have already visualized this somewhat in my brain. So the question is, why... Or did I even... No, I did save the input data. Yeah, that's that exactly. So, yeah, the question is, why does it think that removing this will make all these fall? So there must be something... Must be something wrong with this after all, which is kind of what I thought. This will just give me a bunch of objects, right? Yeah. Okay, okay, I think... Yeah, this is definitely the wrong part here. At least I think so. Sure. There you go. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is where things go wrong. I was assuming that for a while. Although... not even sure. Hi Quote, nice seeing you. Welcome, welcome. I'm struggling to hunt down probably a small mistake that causes so much problems. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Mostly alright. Alright. That sounds mostly okay. Hope that you're gonna be completely alright soon. Hope it's gonna get just better from here. Fully abandoned this challenge. I'll try to get back to it eventually. That's, yeah, understandable. I've taken a longer break, I don't know, a few days, a week ago maybe as well. It's a lot. I still enjoy it, but it's definitely getting pretty rough here. And yeah, I'm certainly learning stuff, but I'm still struggling a lot. We don't quite see. I hate this filter function. It's so stupid, and I never can wrap my head around it properly. The issue is I started configuring NeoVim, then a completely unrelated coding project, then a game with Love, but couldn't get NeoVim configured properly for it. By the time I got around to Advent of Code, I had fully lost interest in it. Still don't know how to make NeoVim work for Love development. Shit, I might just use Visual Studio Codium anyway, even though that's what I was trying to avoid. Yeah, I mean, we had that topic earlier, but I don't even I have no way of comparing. Someone came in here and mentioned I should just use NeoVim, and then some people weighed in and were like, why? Visual Studio Code is actually not that bad. Guess maybe it's just disgusting Microsoft product or something, but I mean, that's just, if it works, it works. I don't understand why this is doing what it's doing, and probably I should just stop for today and revisit it tomorrow or some other day, because right now I'm not. Are you reusing resting on between checking different removing one brick scenarios? Sibling bricks is declared but never read. Don't think we need it anymore, right? Because we're doing things differently now. Hopefully. I removed a bunch of stuff earlier, just assuming that that would not change anything. Sorry, I was distracted now. But we probably don't need the sibling bricks because we already determined what higher things are resting on the earlier levels, right? So, yay, more code to remove.
When you speak, I hear silence. Every word a defiance.
No, like...
I can hear, oh, I can hear.
I don't think so. This is all... This is pretty much where the relevant resting on stuff happens. And after we're done with checking all the current stuff in the resting on thing, we add the current brick to the resting on list. Or like the current info about the current, like we add the info of what the current brick is resting on to the resting on list afterwards. I still feel something must be wrong with this, because for some reason it's like this stuff here is triggering more than it should, right? Give me a second. I'll check for that in a second. It's just... I thought I had something, but no, my brain blurred. Is the whole issue that I'm also counting the ones that aren't even resting on anything to begin with? I don't know if that... I don't know. Oops. That gives me the right result, actually. That gives me a 1. I think that's the problem. I had some that were just like not resting on anything, and that also caused this to end up with a length 1, but not because something was removed, but just because they never rested on anything else to begin with. They were just chilling on the ground peacefully. I think that's all. I think that is all. Oh my god. Please give me the right result now. I'm just gonna let this run through. It's just gonna take like 10 seconds or so anyway. Maybe 15. Maybe 30. Well... yeah, okay. 3, 2, 1... Alright, we're not console logging anymore. Oh, I should probably console log this though. There. 39,933. That's a new result. Seems quite a bit lower considering that we only removed the ones. I thought that we only removed the ones that were on the ground, but I don't know. Just be correct. Yes! 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 God damn it. I knew that there was just some stupid small mistake. That is hunting for this tiny little thing that goes wrong. So annoying. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you for also your suggestion with the alternate input. I accidentally made an alternate input that you didn't even mean at first, but that was exactly the alternate input I needed. Where a bunch of different things were just like chilling on different spots on the ground. That was the edge case that also the example didn't consider. Multiple things sitting just like next to each other on the ground. It was just the one thing on the ground and then things stacked on that one thing. But yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I found it in the end. I'm glad that we could complete day 22 now. I wish it didn't have to be this frustrating and this much of a struggle to find the small mistake, because yeah, it wasn't really like, oh, this is a complex problem that we have to figure out. We had figured out the logic for a while now. But it really took some time and energy to figure out the small little mistake, small oversight rather. It wasn't even a mistake, it wasn't like wrong code, it was just missing code in this scenario. I mean, which made the whole code wrong, but I guess you know what I mean. I guess the yellow curly bracket is not important anymore. This one down here, you mean? That's the whole thing of going through my fallen bricks, just like the whole thing. This is just the whole logic of going from top to bottom, brick by brick, yeah, just checking. Well, I'm glad we're done. Officially done successfully with day 22. How many lines of code did it take in the end? I guess this many. 173 officially. Still don't understand how it works being reused, but it works. What do you mean by something being reused? What being reused? I mean, maybe I can explain. Because I think I can at least kind of explain how this code works at this point. Like we have our list of bricks in their final resting position. We go down through that list, and while we're doing that, we determine for every brick what it's resting on. Then, yeah, we just start by we establish our compare bricks thingy and see what happens. Like we just basically we're establishing a list for all the higher up or maybe neighboring bricks, and resting on is reused all the time. So you use information from checking what happens when brick A is initially removed by checking what happens when brick B is initially removed. Resting on is reused all the time because we're just adding information to resting on. Like we're never removing anything from resting on, we're just like filling it with the information for just like which brick is resting on. So we start with the highest brick, technically one of the highest bricks, and see, okay, what is this brick resting on, and add that to our resting on array. Let me see, where do we add it? We resting on unshift Yeah, exactly, because we're going from top to bottom, so we're adding this always to the start of our resting on array, so that it's like the same order as our fallen bricks array, just like from the end to the start. So we check the last thing in the fallen bricks array and see, okay, what are you resting on? Add that to the start of the resting on array, so that we know, okay, resting on array is length 1, so we know that the last element in our fallen bricks is resting on these other bricks. Then the brick before that, either lower or neighboring, what are you resting on? And it's just like we could technically just fill the whole resting on array before doing anything with it. It's just like we can do it all in one go because we don't need the information for the later blocks before getting to them. I don't know if that makes any sense. But it definitely only works because we're going from top to bottom. And creating the information once before doing any checking. You build it while running the algorithm, which I was doubting would work correctly, but it seems to work. Yeah, but only because I'm going from top to bottom, because that means I'm never... Like, I'm also going through my falling bricks array from top to bottom. Because that means I will never encounter something resting on something before we get to it. Like, because we're going from top to bottom or only have neighboring ones, you'll never encounter the case that something is missing from the resting on array. Because, yeah, it's... like we are checking always for the current layer what it's resting on, and I don't know. yeah, but okay, I see now what you mean. But yeah, that logic in my head makes sense, but it is hard to describe. Maybe if I could draw a diagram easily it would work. But yeah. Yeah. I was also thinking about just creating that before doing the whole thing at some point, but then it was already coded in this way, so yeah, it seemed fine. Now all of this doesn't even look quite that horrible anymore, but we also removed quite a bit of code in between, which was interesting. Cleaning up the mess. Yeah, well, it's working. Day 22 is finally done. All right. There we go. Bam. Alright, I want to know what day 23 is. A long walk. The elves resume water filtering operations. Clean water starts flowing over the edge of Island Island. I'm gonna try to just read the whole thing next time, but see what we're going... like what the idea of it is. There's a map of nearby hiking trails, your puzzle input that indicates paths, forest, and steep slopes. For example, this. You're currently on the single path tile on the top row. Your goal is to reach the single path tile in the bottom row. Because of all the mist from the waterfall, the slopes are probably quite icy. If you step onto a slope tile, your next step must be downhill in the direction the arrow is pointing. To make sure you have the most scenic hike possible, never step onto the same tile twice. What is the longest hike you can take? In the example above, the longest hike you can take is marked with 0, and your starting position is marked with S or with O. This hike contains 94 steps. Other possible hikes contain less steps. Find the longest hike you can take through the hiking trails listed on your... Well, I can't see that. Another map traversal. On your map, how many steps long is the longest hike? To begin, get your puzzle input. We're trying to... Ouch. Get the least efficient way from A to B, while never visiting a space twice, because otherwise it would potentially be infinite. Okay, that seems doable on first sight, but yeah, it's probably gonna be not quite so doable on part 2 of it. I wonder if even like with the example you can easily test all the possible paths, but this might already be more difficult here. Although, I mean, for the longest time there is only one path here, so that's pretty chill. So then, yeah, it really depends on how often the path is branching, if you can just compute all the paths. But assuming that, like, considering that almost all of this area here was just one branch so far, that seems doable still. So we could just calculate all the paths and just, yeah, see them through and then see what the shortest path is. But the longest path is, but that's probably not gonna be sufficient for R2 anymore. We'll see, we'll see. I'm curious. Part 1 seems doable anyway. It's just parsing this whole thing and making sense of it might be one of the most difficult steps. But yeah, good that I read this, so I can already think about how to put this map into a data structure. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'm gonna ponder, and yeah, for now let's end it here. Might be streaming again tomorrow. Don't know if puzzling then or something else. I'd want to check out some demos on the next fest. But yeah, I see that Stars is streaming. Not seen Stars that frequently recently, so let's raid over there. Stars is awesome. Thanks again, Nineberry, for the company and the support with this this coding adventure. I really appreciate it. Probably
Just keep
would
on
have
practicing.
I know.
Remember,
I will.
kid,
I will.
Practice is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That's coming from Einstein too, so listen sharp.
Einstein, yep. Thank you. Will do. We'll keep practicing. And yeah, so as I said, really appreciate the support with this. If you hadn't given me the push to try another test input, I would have probably just either given up on it for now and just been like, yeah, whatever, I can't figure it out for now, what the small mistake here is. I'll just do something else first, or I would have just recoded everything and hoped for better results, which I might have gotten, I don't know. So yeah, thank you for giving me that push in that moment to try different input data, which thankfully happened to be exactly what I needed to figure out what was going on. After some staring and pondering, finally I had the right idea. So yeah, thanks for that. And let's start a raid. Plompy is already eating my fingers, so... Here we go, starting that raid. Thanks to everyone else who was hanging out as well. Oh, quote, sorry, I didn't read that. NeoVim is great, but it's not something you can just jump into. You should probably start by installing the Visual Studio Code NeoVim extension so you can learn Vim motions. I don't even know what Vim motions are, but sounds intriguing. I will probably check out other coding environments at some point, just like I'm already, by the way, yeah, since you mentioned Python before, I'm doing some Python exercises at the moment to get back into it. And yeah, it somehow I like more what it looks like, what my code looks like, and just what you can do with it so far compared to JavaScript. So maybe at some point, maybe next year, I'll do the advent of code in Python or some other language. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. We completed day 22, just 3 days to go and 3 half days to revisit. And then we're just done. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. Always a blast. See you next time. Also, paste bin. C#. Probably raid is happening. Yes, raid has happened.